Welcome to Mystic Tales. I am your host, Mystic. Today's audiobook delves into the origins of one of the most infamous wizards of all time, the dark and enigmatic Lord Voldemort. Let's begin. Voldemort Origins. Chapter 1. The Strange Boy in the Orphanage. The dim light of early morning barely kissed the stone walls of the bleak and desolate cottage in which Merope Gaunt lay. The room was filled with a deep, all-encompassing silence, a silence that seemed to press in from all sides, as if even the wind was afraid to disturb the sorrow within. Merope was dying, and the world outside cared nothing for her. She lay on the narrow cot, the damp sheets clinging to her emaciated body, her breath shallow and uneven. Her skin was deathly pale. The once vibrant green of her eyes now faded to a hollow, glassy hue. She had long since stopped caring for her appearance. The filth of the cottage had seeped into her very soul, leaving her with the bitter knowledge that nothing in her life had ever been truly hers. She had known love, but it was a love that had torn her apart. Her mind flickered back, almost desperately, to the one time she had felt truly alive, the day she had met him, the handsome, charming Tom Riddle Sr. She had been a girl of 16 then, trapped in the dark, suffocating world of the Gaunt family. The magical blood of Salazar Slytherin ran through her veins, but it had only brought misery and despair. Merope had spent years longing for escape, and when Tom Riddle had appeared, she had thought him her salvation. She had believed in his love. He had been kind to her, perhaps out of pity, perhaps out of some small flicker of genuine interest. But in the end, it had been the only love she would ever know, the only love she would ever be capable of feeling. Tom had abandoned her, left her, a pregnant woman in the most vulnerable state, to wander the streets of Little Hangleton, abandoned not just her but his own blood, his own son. She felt the child stir within her, a tiny life, untouched by the hatred and cruelty that had surrounded her. Merope closed her eyes for a moment, wishing, praying that the child might grow into someone who would be free from the curse of his bloodline. She didn't care about the Gaunt legacy, the twisted, haunted past of her family. She didn't care about the powers she had inherited. She only cared for this child, the last remaining thread of something pure. But there was no time. She could feel it in the air, the approach of her end. The coldness that had settled deep within her chest now seemed to reach every corner of her body, and she knew she could hold on no longer. She could feel the pull of the veil. She had always known death would be her release, the only way to escape the suffering she had endured. But now, even as her life slipped away, something else tugged at her. A sense of wrongness, of incompleteness. Her heart ached with the knowledge that her son would grow up without a mother, without love, without the chance to be whole. As the final moments of her life ebbed away, Merope summoned every ounce of her remaining strength. She reached up with trembling hands to stroke the smooth curve of her belly, as if to reassure the child within. "Tom," she whispered, though her voice barely rose above a breath. "You will never know me, but you will know love. I promise." She held on to that promise as the darkness crept in, enveloping her. Her breathing slowed, each ragged inhale taking longer and longer, until there was no breath left at all. And then there was only silence. The world outside the cottage never paused, never took notice of the death that had just occurred. The birds continued their morning songs. The wind still whispered through the trees, and the sun rose higher in the sky, indifferent to the end of one soul's suffering. But in the cold silence of the cottage, Merope Gaunt's life had ended, and in that quiet death, she had given birth to something far darker than she could ever have imagined. Her body would be left unattended for hours, as the small town of Little Hangleton continued on with its daily routine, too occupied by the mundane to notice the tragedy unfolding just beyond their reach. A small creaking carriage would eventually arrive at the cottage, drawn by the pity of a passing stranger, and it would be the housekeeper of Wool's orphanage who would take the child from Merope's cold arms, unaware of the fate that awaited him. The boy, Tom Riddle, was to be raised in the orphanage, a nameless child, cursed by the blood of his mother and the abandonment of his father. As for Merope, her name would fade into legend, whispered about by those who knew her, but her true story would die with her, wrapped in the bitter cold of her final breath. The morning after Merope Gaunt's death, a crisp breeze swirled through the village of Little Hangleton, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the faintest trace of ash. The town continued on, unaware of the tragic event that had just unfolded in the cottage on the outskirts. But in that small, cold home, a far greater tragedy had taken root, one that would cast its shadow over the years to come. Mrs. Cole, the matron of Wool's orphanage, had been passing through the village, checking in on the children, when she was stopped by the sight of a black-robed figure waiting silently in the front yard of the Gaunt cottage. The man, dressed in deep violet robes, had eyes as pale as the moon, though the sun was still low in the sky. She had been about to ask who he was when he had simply nodded at her, the silent acknowledgement filled with a strange, heavy authority. Without a word, he handed her a bundle wrapped tightly in faded cloth. The bundle moved slightly, revealing a small face, the face of a newborn, pale as death. She did not know how, but Mrs. Cole had known at that moment that this child was not a normal infant. There was something about him, something ancient, like the weight of a dark prophecy pressed into the very fibers of his being. "Take him," the man had said simply, and before she could protest, he had disappeared into the mist, leaving her standing in the yard, clutching the bundle with trembling hands. There was a sense of something wrong in the air. The sky seemed to dim for just a moment, the day growing stiller as if the world was holding its breath. The birds stopped chirping. The trees shuddered. It was as if the universe itself was quietly recoiling from the child in her arms. But she didn't question it. After all, she had cared for countless orphans over the years, children abandoned, unwanted, lost, and she had always accepted them into the fold of Wool's orphanage. This one, though, was different. She could feel it in her bones, in the chilling stillness that followed him like a shadow. As she entered the orphanage, the wooden door creaked as it always did, but the silence that followed was profound, unnerving. The usual chatter of the children, laughter, play, the occasional scuffle, was absent. It felt as though something had muted the very sound of life. Even the floorboards beneath her feet seemed to be holding their breath, and the walls seemed to groan in a way that made her heart race. She carried the child down the narrow hallway, glancing at the row of empty cribs that lined the walls. Usually there would be sounds of young voices calling out for attention, the occasional wail of a newborn. But now, nothing. The orphanage felt almost too quiet, too still. She could not put her finger on it, but she felt it, an unsettling pressure in the air. Her eyes flickered over the shadows that clung to the corners of the rooms. It was as if the very walls were watching her, waiting for something to happen. At the end of the hallway, she opened the door to the nursery. The room was small, dimly lit by the pale light filtering through the grimy windows. In the corner stood a crib, the soft sway of its mobile the only sign of life in the room. Mrs. Cole moved toward the crib and placed the bundle carefully inside. The moment the child's body touched the mattress, a faint chill washed over the room, and the mobile above the crib jerked violently, its soft figures spinning in a frenzied whirl. Mrs. Cole stepped back, startled. The soft light from the window flickered, casting erratic shadows across the room, like the flicker of candle flames caught in a gust of wind. It was then that she noticed something else. The silence was gone, replaced by an eerie, unnatural stillness. Even the air seemed thick, as though something invisible was pressing down upon the room. The silence wasn't the usual absence of sound. It was a silence that stretched out far too long, a silence that seemed to swallow everything around it. Her heartbeat quickened, and she instinctively glanced at the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching her. But there was no one, just the child. She felt a strange urge to flee. She had dealt with strange situations before. Cursed children, magical anomalies, the odd behavior of some of the orphans. But this felt different. This was no ordinary child. It wasn't just the way the child's dark eyes seemed to gleam with an intelligence far beyond his years. It wasn't even the way the silence stretched unnaturally in the room. It was the overwhelming sense that something was waiting for a signal to move, to break free from the walls of this small room. Her breath caught as a faint sound echoed in her ears, so faint she might have imagined it, but so chilling it made her spine stiffen. It was a soft whisper, like the rustle of 1,000 leaves in a windless forest. No, not a whisper, a hiss. Tom. It was a voice, low, serpentine, and unmistakably clear. The room around her seemed to shudder in response to the word. The very walls appeared to tighten, and the light above her flickered again, casting odd shadows that twisted unnaturally. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. She had to be imagining it. But the unease lingered, clinging to the air like a damp fog. Mrs. Cole hesitated before turning away, her mind racing. She felt a pull deep within her, an inexplicable need to step back, to retreat from this child and the sense of dread that seemed to follow him. But she was a matron of an orphanage. She couldn't abandon him now. She would not fail him, even if her instincts told her to turn away. With a final uneasy glance, she stepped out of the room, closing the door behind her. The silence returned, but it was different now, heavier and colder. She couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was watching her from within that room. And as the door clicked shut behind her, she couldn't help but wonder, would the child in that room ever be like the others? Would he ever know the safety of love? Or would he become something darker, something far beyond the reach of her care? The house was still. The children were still. But the shadow of Tom Riddle had already begun to take root within the walls of Wool's orphanage. The days at Wool's orphanage stretched on, quiet and unremarkable. Outside, the sun moved slowly across the sky, casting long shadows over the worn stone buildings. The world beyond the orphanage, full of the laughter and chatter of normal children, seemed distant, unreachable, like the dreams of an old man. But inside, everything was still, held in place by the unnatural presence of one child. Tom Riddle, barely 5 years old, had a way of moving through the world that felt foreign, unsettling. He was small, slight for his age, but his presence loomed larger than his small body. The other children at first had tried to make their way to him. Children were curious by nature, and Tom was no exception. He was quiet, and they often found themselves drawn to him, not by any warmth, but by the chilling pull of his silence, as though he had no need for the petty distractions of childhood. But the more they tried to get close, the more they realized that he was different, dangerously so. There was something about the way Tom looked at them that unsettled even the oldest, more hardened children. His dark eyes, far too knowing for someone so young, never left theirs. When he spoke, his voice was quiet and controlled, as if he had already learned the art of manipulation without anyone ever teaching him. One afternoon, the children gathered for their usual playtime in the yard. The older ones chased each other around the yard, laughing, shouting. The younger ones played with blocks in the corner, making castles and cities with the fervor of children whose imaginations hadn't yet been stifled by the harshness of the world. Mrs. Cole, sitting nearby, kept an eye on them, though her attention drifted to the quiet figure standing apart from the rest. Tom stood alone by the far wall of the yard, his back straight, his hands folded neatly in front of him, as though he were waiting for something. Or someone. His gaze was distant, and though he didn't move, his eyes tracked every child with a deliberate slowness, as though he were examining them for something more than their simple play. A group of children, Simon, Melanie, and Alice, were playing tag near the swings, laughing loudly, their voices ringing through the air. They had noticed Tom standing off to the side. At first, Simon had dared to approach, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Hey, Tom," Simon said, smiling as he came closer, though there was an uncertainty in his voice. "Why don't you come play with us?" Tom didn't respond at first, his head slightly tilted, his eyes narrowing as if considering whether it was worth answering. The other children stopped their game, watching. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting sharp shadows on the ground, and in that moment, the stillness around Tom felt almost like an oppressive weight. Finally he spoke. "I don't play," Tom said in a voice that was far too calm, too controlled for someone his age. Simon blinked, taken aback. "Why not?" he asked, trying to mask his discomfort with a laugh. Tom's lips twitched into the barest of smiles, though there was nothing warm about it. "Because I don't need to," he replied. His eyes, dark and cold, never left Simon's face. "You all play because you want something. You want attention, you want love, but I don't need those things." The others shifted uneasily, their excitement fading into the backdrop of unease that hung in the air. Simon, momentarily unsettled by Tom's words, glanced back at the group, looking for a way out. "Okay, Tom," he muttered, stepping back. "We'll go play somewhere else." The moment they turned away, Tom's gaze followed them with an almost predatory intensity, and the children felt it. The weight of his stare upon their backs, pressing down on them like an unseen force. It made their skin crawl, and they hurried away, not wanting to be under his watch any longer than necessary. As they left, Tom remained where he stood, unmoving. The others avoided him more and more. There were whispers when they thought he couldn't hear, although he always did. He was aware of everything, of the fear they felt, of the way they shied away from him, and of the strange power that came from this isolation. He didn't mind the isolation. In fact, it suited him perfectly. During the following days, the pattern continued. The children kept their distance, and Tom seemed to prefer it that way. He didn't need friends. He didn't need laughter or companionship. All he needed was silence, his silence, and the knowledge that the world around him was weak, broken, and ripe for the taking. On one of those afternoons when the rain began to fall softly outside, the matron, Mrs. Cole, came into the playroom to see the children sitting on the floor, making quiet noises as they played with their toys. She noticed Tom standing again by the large windowsill, watching the raindrops race each other down the glass. His face was unreadable, but the air around him was thick with tension. Tom's silence had always unnerved her, but it was something deeper now. His silence was no longer just the quiet of a child who preferred to be alone. It was the silence of someone who had learned to control it, who had learned to command it. It was unnatural. "You should play with the others, Tom," Mrs. Cole said gently, though her voice betrayed an edge of nervousness she couldn't suppress. Tom glanced at her, his eyes narrowing slightly, as though he were deciding whether to acknowledge her at all. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, in a voice that was barely a whisper, but that carried with an unsettling sharpness, he spoke. "I don't need to play, Mrs. Cole. I'm not like the others." The room seemed to grow quieter, as though the walls were listening too. Mrs. Cole felt her stomach tighten. She had heard children say strange things before, muttered nonsense, the ramblings of abandoned souls. But this was different. This wasn't a child trying to explain his loneliness. This was something else, something darker. She took a step back, suddenly unsure of what she was dealing with. "Yes, well," she began, though her voice trailed off, unsure of what to say. She couldn't shake the feeling that the child wasn't just a boy in the orphanage. He was something more. A force, a presence, something that could not be ignored. As Mrs. Cole left the room, Tom stood at the window watching the rain fall. The world outside nothing more than a blur of motion. His face remained impassive, but behind his dark eyes, something was stirring. He wasn't like the others. He knew that. And as he stood there in the quiet of the orphanage, a silent promise formed in his mind, one that would change the course of his life forever. The air in Wool's orphanage had always been thick with a strange stillness. But as the weeks went on, an unexplainable tension began to grow. It wasn't anything the children could put into words, but it was as though the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something. And that something came on a dreary Thursday afternoon when the first signs of magic manifested. It started quietly, almost imperceptibly, like a shadow flitting across the corner of your vision. Tom Riddle, standing near the small wooden chair in the common room, shifted his weight as he stared intently at the object. He was the only one in the room, sitting in the farthest corner, his sharp gaze fixed on the chair across from him. His hands were folded in his lap, his fingers tapping once, twice, then pausing. Then it happened. The chair, which had been positioned against the wall, shifted. It moved slowly, just a few inches, dragging across the wooden floor as though nudged by an invisible force. It wasn't much, just a slight movement, but to the observant eye, it was enough to send a ripple of unease through the room. Tom remained still, his eyes narrowing slightly, watching the chair as though he were daring it to move again. He hadn't willed it to move. He hadn't touched it. Yet the chair had shifted. The silence in the room thickened, and for a moment, nothing seemed real. The small ragged curtains hanging over the window fluttered lightly, though there was no breeze. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, and a shiver ran down Mrs. Cole's spine as she walked in, just in time to witness the last remnants of the strange occurrence. "Tom?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly as she stepped forward, her eyes darting between the chair and the boy. Tom's gaze flicked to her for only a moment, his expression blank, before he turned his attention back to the chair. "What's wrong with the chair?" she asked, but she already knew the answer. The way it had moved seemed impossible, as though the world itself had bent just slightly, around the force of something unknown, something unnatural. Tom didn't answer. Instead, he let the silence drag on, thickening the air around them, until Mrs. Cole shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. He had a way of making people feel as though they were under a microscope, his eyes dissecting their every thought, his quiet demeanor turning their nerves into palpable discomfort. Mrs. Cole's throat tightened as she turned and walked toward the door, her footsteps quick and hesitant, wanting to leave the room and get away from the suffocating unease that clung to the boy. But as she reached the door, a loud crash sounded from behind her. A glass of water, left carelessly on a table, had tipped over on its own. It didn't roll off the edge, it simply toppled, as if it had been knocked by an invisible hand. The water spilled across the table, a small pool of liquid spreading onto the wooden surface, but no one had touched it. Mrs. Cole spun around, her heart pounding in her chest as her eyes shot to Tom, whose posture hadn't changed. He was still sitting there, his gaze steady and cold, though there was a faint glimmer of something dangerous in his eyes, something that wasn't quite childlike. The children who had been playing nearby looked over in alarm. They stood frozen, watching as the water pooled on the floor, reflecting the dim light of the room. A few of them murmured under their breath, their voices filled with confusion and fear. Did you see that?" whispered Simon, wide-eyed. Melanie, clutching her doll, shook her head in disbelief. "That's impossible," muttered Alice, her eyes darting from the glass to Tom. But Tom, who had grown used to the confusion and fear that accompanied him, said nothing. He simply stood up, pushing the chair back into place with a single deliberate motion, as if he were the one in control. "I didn't do it," he said softly, his voice low but carrying an odd certainty. "You all must have imagined it." His eyes, dark and cold, flickered toward the children who were staring at him. Nothing happened. For a brief moment the room seemed to hold its breath, and the children stood still, not daring to speak or move. The air felt thicker, more charged than before, and even Mrs. Cole, who had worked in the orphanage for years, could feel the unnatural weight of what had just happened. Tom's voice, soft and unbothered, cut through the silence. "Don't worry. It was just a mistake." He looked at the overturned glass, his lips curving ever so slightly into a smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. But Mrs. Cole knew better. She could feel it in the pit of her stomach, an uncomfortable knot that twisted with each passing second. She had never seen anything like this. Magic wasn't real. There was no such thing. But in that moment, in the presence of this child, she wasn't so sure anymore. The other children, still stunned, began to mutter among themselves. Fear had begun to creep into their voices, but no one dared say anything too loud. They had learned early on that the boy with the dark eyes wasn't someone you questioned. For the rest of the day, the orphanage remained unusually quiet. The children returned to their games, but none of them spoke of the strange events that had just unfolded. They couldn't explain it, and they were too afraid to try. Mrs. Cole, meanwhile, sat in her small office, her hands trembling as she wrote in her ledger, her thoughts lost in a sea of confusion and concern. It was becoming impossible to ignore the feeling that something was terribly wrong with the boy. She knew he was different. Everyone did. But now, the idea that he might be capable of something so unnatural, something beyond the realm of human understanding, made her stomach turn. She had heard whispers of strange things happening in the world, rumors of people with abilities beyond normal men and women, but she had never thought it would find its way into Wool's orphanage. And yet, here it was. Something terrible, something powerful, and something beyond her comprehension. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the garden of Wool's orphanage, a small neglected patch of earth that had seen little care in recent years. The weeds grew thick, crawling up the sides of the brick walls, and the faded flowers that remained were scattered among the rough patches of dirt. For the children of the orphanage, it was simply a place to play, or for those like Tom, a place to retreat into solitude. Tom stood alone near the farthest corner of the garden, his eyes scanning the overgrown thicket of plants and tall grass that seemed to swallow the space. He had wandered out there without much thought, as he often did when he wanted to avoid the other children. But today, there was something different in the air, a strange electric energy that seemed to pulse quietly beneath the surface. As Tom's sharp gaze moved across the underbrush, he spotted something, a small dark shape slithering through the grass, moving with an eerie grace. At first, he thought it was a rat, but as he leaned forward, he realized it was something far more unusual. A snake. It wasn't a large snake, but its dark green scales shimmered under the sunlight, its narrow head darting out of the undergrowth as if it had been waiting for him. Tom's breath caught in his throat, but instead of the usual sense of fear or repulsion that others might feel at the sight of a snake, a strange sense of intrigue swept over him. The creature's eyes, black as night, locked with his, and for a moment it was as though the world had paused. There was an odd, almost imperceptible sound, like a soft hissing whisper. It was a sound Tom couldn't quite place, and he found himself leaning closer to hear it more clearly. The words were muffled, low and unintelligible at first, but there was something in the rhythm of the sound that pulled at him, as if the serpent was calling to him. "Hello," Tom muttered instinctively, his voice barely a whisper, as though he knew the creature could understand him. The moment the words left his lips, the snake's eyes seemed to flicker with an ancient recognition. Its tongue flicked in and out, tasting the air, and then it responded, not in the normal guttural way snakes do, but in a strange, soothing hiss that filled Tom's mind with a sense of deep connection. The sound was foreign, yet it seemed to make sense to him, as if the serpent was speaking directly to him, bypassing all the normal barriers of language. "Do you hear me?" The serpent's voice whispered in his mind, clear and distinct. It wasn't spoken with lips, but with a cold, slithering sensation that reverberated in his very bones. Tom froze, his eyes widening. The voice, it was real, unmistakable. It was as if he was hearing it from the deepest part of his own mind. The world around him seemed to fade, and all that remained was him and the serpent, locked in some strange, intimate connection. "I hear you," Tom responded, feeling a chill run through his spine as he did. The words came out without thought, instinctively, as though he had been speaking this language for as long as he could remember. The snake hissed in response, its voice both soothing and unnervingly powerful. "You have the gift of understanding. We share the same blood, you and I." A shiver of excitement shot through Tom's chest, mingled with an icy thrill. Power. He could feel the power in those words, an ancient, hidden power that flowed through him like a dark river. It was a rush, a cold, intoxicating feeling that made his heart race and his thoughts sharpen. At first, Tom didn't understand what it meant. His mind was too preoccupied with the new, strange sensation coursing through him. But then, instinctively, he felt something else, an undeniable pull, as though the serpent was offering him something, a gift, power, the feeling of control. He stepped closer, his hands trembling slightly. The snake didn't retreat. Instead, it moved closer, its eyes gleaming in the dimming light of the afternoon. "Come closer, young one," the snake coaxed, its voice now a soft, persuasive hiss. "We are bound, you and I. You can speak to me. You can control me. The world is yours to command." Tom's eyes narrowed, and he felt an unexplainable pull in the pit of his stomach. There was something about this moment that felt entirely wrong, and yet utterly thrilling. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt an exhilarating sense of power rising within him. A cold, dark energy that he had never known before, but instinctively craved. With a trembling hand, he extended his palm toward the snake, feeling the weight of the connection deepen. The serpent's tongue flicked out once more, this time tasting the air with intent, before it responded. "You have the gift of parcel tongue," it whispered. "You are not like the others. You will never be weak, never be ordinary. With me, you can be great." The words rang through Tom's mind like a dark promise, and for the first time in his life, he truly felt special, set apart from the other children, from the world that had always rejected him. Here, in the presence of this creature, he was something more. Suddenly, an impulse surged through him, an instinct to test the power he had just discovered. He focused on the serpent, feeling the darkness swirl around him like a cloak. He didn't know how or why, but he whispered again, his voice cold and commanding. "Move." The snake's body coiled, and before Tom's very eyes it slithered obediently toward him. He had done it. He had controlled it. The rush of power that followed was overwhelming, like a cold wave crashing over him, and for a moment it felt as though the world had bent to his will. He could feel the snake, its life force, its every movement as though it were part of him. He laughed softly, a dark, quiet sound that echoed in the silence of the garden. He was no longer just a boy lost in the shadows of an orphanage. He was something else, something far greater. But the thrill was not enough. No, Tom Riddle wanted more. He wanted control. He wanted power. and with the snake at his command, he knew that he had just begun to scratch the surface of what he could achieve. The serpent, sensing his ambition, gave a final soft hiss, almost as if it, too, was aware of the dangerous path Tom was on. "Yes, you are ready, young one. We are bound now, and nothing will stand in your way." Tom looked down at the snake, his lips curling into a slow, calculating smile. There was no going back now. The days that followed Tom's first encounter with the serpent were filled with a strange energy, a quiet but unsettling anticipation that hummed beneath the surface of his thoughts. His connection to the snake, a bond that neither words nor reasoning could explain, had unlocked something deep within him, something dark, something dangerous. The power that had thrilled him when he had spoken to the serpent in the garden had not faded. Rather, it had grown stronger. At night, Tom would lie in his bed in the orphanage, staring at the cracked ceiling, his mind spinning with new possibilities. He no longer felt the weight of loneliness as he had before. Now, he reveled in it. The other children were beneath him. Their petty complaints, their foolish games, they were all just distractions. There was a deeper, more profound power within him that he was only beginning to understand, and it was growing. It started slowly. Tom began with the smaller creatures in the orphanage, rats, mice, even insects, creatures that no one else cared for, creatures that existed in the shadowy corners of the orphanage where children rarely ventured. These creatures, insignificant in the eyes of the world, were the first to become the subjects of his twisted experiments. One afternoon, while the other children were outside playing, Tom found himself in the musty old broom cupboard at the far end of the orphanage. The cupboard was filled with old cleaning supplies, broken tools, and dust-covered shelves. A rat had scurried across the floor, and Tom had spotted it almost immediately, his eyes narrowing with cold interest. He crouched down, his movements deliberate and slow. The rat froze, sensing his presence, its beady eyes glimmering in the dark. It trembled, but Tom didn't move. He wasn't interested in chasing it or trapping it in a cage. No, he had other plans. The rat, for all its feeble instincts, had no idea that it was about to become part of something far greater than it could comprehend. "Come here," Tom whispered, his voice as cold as the shadows that clung to the corners of the room. The rat twitched as if it had heard something, and then, almost as if it was obeying an invisible command, it scurried toward him. Tom's lips curled into a dark smile as he extended a hand toward the creature. He could feel the power surging through his veins, the energy of the connection flowing between them. The world around him seemed to fade as he focused on the rat, his mind sinking into a dark, icy place where there was only him and the creature. The rat stopped in front of him, its body rigid, its whiskers twitching in the air. Tom's eyes locked onto it, and for a moment everything was still. "Move," he thought, willing the creature to obey. The rat's body jerked as if yanked by invisible strings, and it darted back and forth erratically. Tom didn't speak. He didn't need to. His will alone was enough to force the rat into unnatural motions, its tiny legs scrambling in every direction. He could feel the rat's panic, the fear flooding its small body as it struggled against his power. But Tom didn't release his control. He twisted it, forcing the rat to twist and turn, making it stumble and fall, the air thick with the silence of his domination. A sick, twisted pleasure washed over him. A dark thrill bloomed in his chest as he watched the rat suffer, the power he held over it pulsing like a living thing inside him. The sensation was intoxicating. The control, the fear he could instill in something so weak. It was like a drug, a deep well he could keep drawing from forever. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, Tom ended the rat's suffering. It collapsed onto the cold floor, its tiny chest heaving in a pitiful attempt to breathe. Tom stood over it, his eyes gleaming with a quiet satisfaction. But it wasn't enough. The rat had been weak. It had been easy. He needed something more, something that would challenge him, something that would give him even more power to feel this intoxicating thrill. And that's when he saw it. The old mangy cat that often wandered around the orphanage had been slinking through the courtyard outside. Its fur was matted and dull, its eyes sharp with distrust. Tom watched it for a long moment from the window, a cold curiosity building within him. He had heard the whispers about the cat, that it was old, nearly blind, and had once belonged to the matron's predecessor. The cat was unremarkable to most of the children, but to Tom, it seemed like the perfect next challenge. He stepped outside into the garden, his mind already forming plans. The cat, sensing his presence, lifted its head and fixed him with a piercing stare. For a moment, Tom thought he saw something else in those eyes, a faint glimmer of recognition, a knowing that made his blood run colder. Without a word, Tom walked toward the cat, his movements calculated and deliberate. The animal didn't move, but it growled low in its throat, an instinctive warning. Tom smiled darkly. "You're not so different from the rat," he thought. "You just think you are." The cat's growl grew louder, but Tom didn't flinch. His mind was already stretching out, reaching for it, searching for the thread of control he would use to bend it to his will. This time, however, he felt something more, a resistance, a hint of defiance. The cat's strength, its unwillingness to be controlled, sparked a new, more intense thrill in him. "You're stubborn," Tom murmured under his breath. "But I can break you." The cat hissed, but before it could move, Tom seized the power within himself and forced it to stop. He focused, pushing harder this time, feeling his mind extend to the creature, grasping at the raw energy beneath its skin. His thoughts turned sharp, like a blade cutting through its resistance. The cat arched its back, its fur standing on end, but it didn't move. For a moment, it was as though time itself had stopped. And in that moment, Tom's connection to the cat felt stronger than it had with the rat. It was an animal of greater will, more pride, more fight. But Tom could feel it. The creature was already weakening. His power was growing, expanding. The realization hit him like a sudden blow. He was stronger than this creature. He could make it obey. With a final surge of energy, Tom twisted the cat's limbs, forcing it into unnatural contortions, and then released it. The cat collapsed in the dirt, panting heavily, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. Tom stood over it, breathing heavily himself, his heart pounding in his chest. The sense of control was so overwhelming that he felt lightheaded, almost giddy. He had done it. The cat, a creature that could have resisted, had been broken under his will. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Tom's mouth. This was power. This was control. And the more he experimented, the stronger it became. His mind raced with possibilities. Rats, cats, birds. Nothing was beyond his reach. He would continue to experiment, to push further into the darkness. It was only the beginning. He had tasted power, and now he wanted more. The growing darkness inside Tom, once a whisper, was beginning to grow louder, feeding on his triumphs, on his newfound strength. He was no longer just a boy who had been abandoned in an orphanage. He was something more, something dangerous, something untouchable. Billy Stubbs had always been the sort of boy who thrived on cruelty. His cruel streak was matched only by his size, tall, with broad shoulders and a leering grin that spread across his face whenever he found someone smaller or weaker than him. Billy had an endless supply of tricks, pranks, and taunts, but it was Tom Riddle who became his favorite target. From the moment they'd crossed paths in the orphanage, Billy had sensed something about Tom, something different, something unsettling, and he couldn't help but make Tom the focus of his aggression. Tom, for his part, paid little attention to Billy's bullying at first. He ignored the taunts and the petty tricks that the boy would play on him. But Billy was persistent, and over time his cruel actions became more calculated and vicious, each one designed to test Tom's patience, to provoke some sort of reaction. It was a dreary afternoon in early autumn when Billy made his most elaborate attempt yet to break Tom. Tom had been sitting alone in the far corner of the orphanage's overgrown garden, one of the few places he found solace away from the prying eyes of the other children. He was leaning against a stone wall, his arms folded across his chest, staring at the ground with a sense of calm detachment. The world around him seemed far away, as though he were living outside of it, detached from everything and everyone. Billy, of course, couldn't leave well enough alone. "You're a freak, Riddle," Billy said, his voice carrying over the rustling of the leaves. He kicked a nearby stone, watching it bounce and roll toward Tom. "Always hiding away from the others, thinking you're better than everyone. Too good for us, are you?" Tom didn't respond. He didn't need to. Billy, however, was growing bored of being ignored. He stepped closer, his boots scraping against the gravel until he was standing right in front of Tom, blocking his line of sight. Tom could feel the heat of Billy's presence, but he refused to look up. Billy sneered. "What are you going to do, Riddle? Use your freaky magic on me? You're just a little orphan, no one's going to listen to you." The words stung, but Tom simply let them roll off him, his cold expression never changing. He'd learned long ago that showing any sign of weakness, even in the smallest way, could be used against him. So, he said nothing. He did nothing. Billy, sensing Tom's growing indifference, decided to escalate things. With a mocking laugh, Billy reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of dirt. "Let's see if you like this, freak." He tossed the dirt onto Tom's head with a sudden jarring motion. The soil cascaded down onto Tom's dark hair and shoulders, making a mess of his clothing. Billy expected to see Tom flinch, or better yet, to cry out in anger or fear. Instead, Tom remained still, staring straight ahead as if nothing had happened. Billy smirked, thinking he'd finally broken Tom's cold mask. "No reaction, huh? Just like the freak you are." But the truth was, Tom was not unaffected. His fingers curled into fists, nails biting into his palms. A strange cold sensation washed over him, almost as though he could feel the energy in the air shifting. His eyes narrowed as a surge of power coursed through him. He could feel the small buzzing energy around him like static electricity on a stormy night. Billy took a step back, his smug grin widening. "That's right, Riddle, no one cares about you. You're just a waste of space." At that moment, Tom felt a rush of something dark and twisted, like a coil springing loose deep inside him. He didn't think. He just acted. With a flick of his hand, he willed the dirt off his body. Billy didn't notice at first, too busy enjoying the sight of Tom sitting there humiliated. But when Billy turned to walk away, he froze, his eyes wide in shock. A sharp cry broke the silence. Billy clutched his stomach, staggering backward with a horrified expression. His face twisted in pain as he doubled over, falling to his knees. His hands were shaking as he pressed against his side, but he couldn't stop the blood that began seeping through his fingers. "What? What is this?" Billy gasped, his voice high-pitched in panic. Tom stood from his position, not a hint of emotion on his face. He had no idea what had happened to Billy. All he had done was think about the boy's cruelty, focus on his hatred, and then this. Billy's legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his face contorting in agony. The blood continued to flow from his side, staining the dirt beneath him. His breath was ragged, his eyes wide with fear and confusion as he desperately tried to crawl away. "Help!" Billy shouted hoarsely, his voice choked with terror. "Someone help me!" Tom didn't move. He simply watched, his cold eyes flicking over Billy's crumpled form. The other children, who had been scattered around the garden, began to rush toward them, their voices rising in panic. But Tom, his heart pounding in his chest, stood unmoving. "Billy!" one of the older boys screamed. He ran over and knelt beside Billy, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was too late. Billy's body was stiff and unresponsive. Mrs. Cole, the matron, arrived in a flurry of worried steps, her face pale with fear as she kneeled next to Billy. She looked up at Tom, her eyes narrowing, but she couldn't prove anything. There was no sign of any magic, no indication that Tom had done anything but stand there looking impassive. "Tom, did you do this?" Mrs. Cole asked, her voice tight with suspicion. Tom simply shook his head, his expression unchanged. "I didn't do anything," he said, his voice smooth and cold. "Billy just fell." She looked at him with doubt in her eyes, but said nothing more. There were no witnesses, no evidence of magic, only Billy's wordless pain and the eerie silence that followed. Mrs. Cole called for help, and the staff rushed Billy off to the infirmary, but the damage had been done. Tom remained where he was, his mind buzzing with a strange mixture of satisfaction and confusion. He had done something to Billy. He hadn't meant to cause harm, not exactly, but the feeling, the power of it, had been exhilarating. The way Billy had crumpled before him had been a confirmation of something Tom had been beginning to suspect. He could make people suffer, and they would have no choice but to submit. As the other children gathered around Billy's prone form, whispering frantically about what had happened, Tom turned and walked away, his heart colder than before. It was a dangerous power, one he didn't fully understand, but it was his now, and he would learn to control it. The orphanage would never be the same again. The late afternoon sun filtered weakly through the heavy branches of the trees, casting long shadows across the overgrown path that led into the nearby woods. Tom Riddle walked with a purposeful stride, his gaze fixed straight ahead as he made his way to a place that had begun to feel more and more like his own domain. The cave, the dark, hollow space that had once been a place of intrigue for him, was now something more. It was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where he could exercise his growing power over the snakes that slithered in the darkness beneath the earth. There was something primal about the cave. It smelled of damp stone and earth, a mixture of decay and life. The air was thick and cool, with an ominous silence that hung heavy like a shroud. It had been there in the dark recesses of that ancient stone that Tom had learned to feel the presence of the serpents, to understand their movements and desires as though they were extensions of his own will. He could feel them beneath the ground, crawling, shifting in the blackness, and with every passing day his control over them grew stronger. Today he was going to show 2 of the younger orphans what he had learned. He had picked them out, James and Lily, 2 children who had recently arrived at the orphanage. They were naive, innocent in ways that made Tom's cold eyes glint with excitement. He had observed them carefully over the past few days, watching as they played near the entrance to the cave, curious but too fearful to enter. Tom had no such fear. He had been planning this for days, watching and waiting until the right moment arrived. He knew that once the others were asleep, he could sneak away undetected, and the 2 little ones would be his audience. They were always so eager to please, so desperate to be liked. It made them easy targets, easy to manipulate. It was an hour before dinner when Tom led them to the cave. The sky was darkening quickly, but the 2 children didn't protest when Tom beckoned them. Their curiosity outmatched their hesitation. The path leading to the cave wound around thick trees and underbrush, and the sounds of their footsteps were swallowed by the surrounding woods. "We're going to the cave?" Lily asked hesitantly, her small voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. Tom nodded, not looking back. "It's where I go when I need to think. No one can hear you there, it's just you and the snakes." James, who was a bit older than Lily, frowned. "Snakes?" Tom gave a sharp, amused laugh. "You'll see. I know how to control them. They listen to me. They'll do what I want." Lily looked uneasy, but she followed him nonetheless, her eyes wide with wonder. James, though a bit more skeptical, tried to hide the unease in his chest. It was Tom's confidence that unsettled him the most. Tom, with his strange, unblinking eyes, his unsettling stillness, and the way he seemed to command the world around him without even trying. When they finally reached the cave's mouth, the air grew cooler, the shadows deepened, and the smell of damp stone grew stronger. Tom motioned for them to follow him inside. They hesitated at first, the darkness ahead of them looking like a wall, but Tom gave them no chance to retreat. He walked in without fear, and they had no choice but to follow. The cave was narrow at first, but it opened up to a wider chamber deeper inside, where the walls curved up, high and dark. The only light, the dim glow of the setting sun filtering through cracks in the stone. It felt as though they were walking into the very heart of the earth, into a place that existed outside of time, where the rules of the world did not apply. Tom turned to face them, his eyes gleaming with an almost predatory hunger. "Now, you'll see," he whispered, his voice soft but filled with an undeniable authority. With a snap of his fingers, he called out to the darkness, a low, hissing sound filling the cave. There was a pause, and then, slithering from the shadows, came the first snake. It was a large one, with dark, gleaming scales, its body coiling and uncoiling in fluid motions, its tongue flickering in and out as it approached Tom. Lily gasped, taking an instinctive step back, her hand gripping James's arm. James, his heart pounding, tried to pull away, but couldn't tear his eyes from the snake. He could feel its presence, even though it hadn't touched him yet. "Do not be afraid," Tom said smoothly, his voice coaxing. "Watch." He extended his hand, palm open, and the snake stopped just inches from him, The room was silent except for the sound of the snake's tongue flicking through the air. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, to the children's horror, the snake lifted its head and turned its dark, beady eyes toward them. It slithered closer to Tom's hand, its movements slow, deliberate, as if it were obeying his silent command. Tom stroked its head gently, and the snake coiled around his wrist, its body moving with fluid grace as if it had no will of its own. The children watched, paralyzed, their hearts racing in fear. There was something unnatural about the way the snake moved, something unsettling about the way it responded to Tom's command. Tom was no longer just a boy in their eyes. He was something different, something other. "See?" Tom's voice was a low murmur. "They do what I tell them." The snake hissed loudly, but it did not lash out. Instead, it pressed its head into Tom's hand in a strange form of submission, almost as if it were worshipping him. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Lily, shaking, stepped backward. "Tom, I don't think we should stay here," she whispered, her voice quivering. The words barely left her lips before she gasped, the ground beneath her feet shifting suddenly, as if the earth itself were reacting to Tom's presence. Tom smirked. "You can leave if you want, but remember." He paused, his smile widening as he beckoned to another serpent, this one larger than the first, its scales shining in the dim light. The air grew heavy, charged with a dark energy. "You've seen what I can do. The snakes listen to me. They always listen." James, now visibly frightened, tugged at Lily's sleeve. "We need to go now. This isn't safe." Tom's smile faded slightly, his cold eyes narrowing. "No one's stopping you. Go if you're too scared. I don't need you here." He turned away from them, his fingers curling in the air as though commanding the serpent. The snake obeyed, circling Tom's legs like a protective barrier. Without another word, Lily and James fled the cave, their hearts hammering in their chests. They didn't dare look back as they ran, not even once. They knew something had happened here, something they couldn't explain, something that had shifted in the very air of the cave. As they stumbled back toward the orphanage, they did not speak of what had happened. Not to each other, and certainly not to the matron. They were too scared to put it into words. The memory of Tom Riddle's cold control over the snakes would stay with them forever, gnawing at their minds, their thoughts filled with a sense of foreboding that neither of them could shake. But Tom stayed behind, standing in the cave, feeling the weight of the power he had just begun to understand. He had made them fear him. He had shown them the power he possessed over the creatures of the earth, the serpents that slithered through the shadows. It was intoxicating, this control, this domination, and he knew it was only the beginning. The weeks following the cave incident were marked by an unsettling change in Tom Riddle. He had always been different, but now there was a palpable, oppressive aura around him. Something darker, something that made the other children wary, as if the air itself bent around him. The matron, Mrs. Cole, could sense it too, though she never dared speak of it aloud. She often found herself glancing over her shoulder as though expecting Tom to appear behind her, his unnerving gaze fixed on her with silent intensity. It wasn't just the way he moved now, like a predator who had learned the power of stillness, waiting for his next opportunity. It wasn't just his presence, which seemed to make the very walls of the orphanage feel colder and darker. No, it was something more subtle, something that could only be sensed by those who had once been at the mercy of his unspoken whims. It was the way he had begun to collect things, small things, insignificant things, but to Tom, they were treasures. They were symbols of control. Every time Tom would enter the common room, he'd pass the table where the other children placed their toys or personal belongings. Forgotten hats, discarded shoes, crumpled drawings, and he would study them with a strange, calculating gaze. It was as if he could sense the emotional attachment each child had to their little trinkets, their small pieces of happiness, and he began taking them. The first time it happened, it was subtle. It was Emily's ribbon, a simple yellow satin ribbon that she always wore in her hair. The girls had been talking in the corner, their voices a murmur of shared secrets, when Emily suddenly reached up and tugged at the empty space where her ribbon should have been. She searched frantically for it, her face turning pale, but there was no sign of it. She asked the other girls, but they all shook their heads confused. The matron had been too busy to notice, and Emily, growing anxious, eventually left the room in defeat. What no one knew except for Tom was that he had taken it. And not just for the ribbon, but for the sense of power it gave him. He didn't need it. He didn't even care about the ribbon itself. What he craved was the feeling of control, the way the disappearance of something so small, so seemingly insignificant, could upset the balance of the entire room. The tension that crept in as others began to whisper about the missing items. It was like a game to him, a game where he always had the upper hand. The next few days passed in a haze of similar incidents. A hairpin gone missing, a penknife no one could find, a shiny marble that belonged to a boy named Peter. They were small things, too small for anyone to make a fuss over, but it was the way they went missing that was unnerving. No one could catch him in the act. No one could prove that Tom was behind it, though the suspicions were there, creeping into the minds of the other orphans like a slow, inevitable tide. But Tom never left a trace. His smile, though faint, was often the only clue. The matron, Mrs. Cole, often found him watching the other children with a cold, calculating look in his eyes, as if he were the one pulling the strings of an invisible puppet show. He never said a word, and yet his presence seemed to make the entire orphanage feel more oppressive. The more items Tom took, the more he hoarded them. He began to store them in secret places, the small, forgotten cupboard beneath the stairs, the dark corner of the attic that was barely ever used. He would take his trophies there, lining them up like a collection of strange, twisted artifacts. The ribbon, the penknife, the marble, and countless other insignificant objects became part of his growing collection. To him, they were not just objects. They were symbols of his power, each one a testament to his ability to manipulate, to control. One afternoon, as the other children played in the yard, Tom sat alone in the small, dimly lit room where he kept his hoard. His hands hovered over the objects, touching them one by one as though feeling their energy. There was a thrill that came with it, a sense of dominance, of rising above the others. Each item was a reminder of his superiority, a silent declaration that he was different, that he was special. They had no idea of his power, of what he was becoming, but Tom knew. He could feel it coursing through him, his control, his rising dark magic, growing stronger with each passing day. The items were mere extensions of that power, like trophies displayed after a long-fought battle. Every time someone lost something, it reinforced his sense of identity. He was no longer just Tom Riddle, the orphan boy with no family, no future. He was becoming something more, something darker. The other children began to notice too. They saw the strange glint in his eyes when he walked past, the way he always seemed to be observing them from a distance, studying them with an unsettling intensity. No one dared approach him directly, for fear of becoming the next victim of his subtle manipulations. It wasn't long before the other children began to avoid him altogether, giving him a wide berth as he walked through the hallways. They whispered about him behind his back, their voices low and filled with fear. "Have you seen what he does?" one girl whispered. "He took Emily's ribbon. She's been crying all week because of it. I heard he's got a whole stash of stuff he's taken from everyone." Another child replied, her voice trembling. "I don't know what he does with them, but it's not right." But Tom simply smiled, listening to their words with a sense of dark satisfaction. He knew they feared him. He knew they had started to see him for what he was, a boy who was not bound by the same rules as them, a boy who could take whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. It didn't matter if it was just a simple trinket or something more valuable. In the end, it was the feeling of control that mattered most to him. As the days stretched into weeks, Tom's collection grew. He found that he could manipulate not just the objects, but the children as well. He knew their weaknesses, their desires, their fears, and he used them all to his advantage. He was no longer just an orphan in a cold, lonely house. He was a force to be reckoned with. A child apart, a child who had begun to taste the power that could one day make him more than human. The darkness within him deepened with each passing day. It wasn't just about the stolen objects anymore. It was about the feeling of being in control, the knowledge that he could shape the world around him, that he could bend the will of others to his own. He was a puppet master, pulling invisible strings, and the other children, though terrified, were the marionettes in his twisted game. But Tom knew it was only the beginning. There was more to come, so much more. And one day they would all understand just how far his power could reach. Until then, he would continue to hoard his treasures, building his collection of control, one small trinket at a time. The morning air was cold and sharp, a biting chill that seeped through the thin windows of the orphanage. Mrs. Cole, the matron, was bustling around, ensuring that the children were occupied and quiet as they sat at the long, worn tables for their mid-morning meal. The familiar hum of muted chatter filled the room, though Tom Riddle sat apart from the others, as he often did. His eyes, sharp and calculating, watched the others with a mix of disdain and curiosity. He was no longer the child who arrived here with nothing but the faintest echo of an unknown past. Now, he was something more, something darker, and the orphanage, like all the places he'd been, was just another environment he could control. Tom had long since learned how to twist the quiet, innocent things around him into his own strange little kingdom. The children were cautious of him, giving him a wide berth, and the matron, though oblivious to the true nature of his growing power, instinctively avoided eye contact with him whenever she could. It was during this time of calculated solitude that an unexpected visitor arrived. The sound of the doorbell rang through the hall, a harsh, unfamiliar sound that sent ripples through the room. Mrs. Cole hesitated, her brow furrowing as she wiped her hands on her apron. It wasn't common for outsiders to visit the orphanage, especially not during the middle of the day. She moved cautiously toward the door, only to be greeted by an elderly man with a long flowing beard and robes of deep, rich purple. His glasses, perched precariously on his crooked nose, gleamed with a warmth that seemed to light up the otherwise dreary hall. "Ah, Mrs. Cole," the man said in a voice that was gentle yet authoritative, as though he was used to being both respected and listened to. "Albus Dumbledore, I've come to see Tom Riddle." Mrs. Cole, slightly taken aback by his formal tone, nodded in surprise, but then gestured toward the large dining area where the children were seated. "Of course, Professor, please come in." Her voice faltered slightly, as if unsure of how to proceed with such an unexpected guest. Tom, who had been silently observing the entire exchange from his place at the far end of the room, was already aware of the visitor's presence. His curiosity piqued. He turned his head slightly, his dark eyes narrowing. The name Dumbledore was familiar to him in an abstract, distant way. Somehow he felt he should know more about it. But Tom was no stranger to the feeling of being apart from things, from knowing more than others, even when it was not entirely clear why. Albus Dumbledore entered the room, his eyes scanning over the group of children who had fallen silent at his approach. He made no effort to disguise his appraisal of the room or the children. His gaze, though warm, had a penetrating quality, as though he could see through walls and into minds. When his eyes fell on Tom, the moment seemed to stretch. The rest of the room faded away as the two locked eyes. Tom's gaze was cold, a steady, almost predatory focus. There was an unsettling sense of control in his stare, as if he could bend the very air around him. His lips twitched ever so slightly into a smile, but it was not the smile of an innocent child. It was something sharper, something that made Dumbledore's heart beat a little faster. The look in Tom's eyes was a storm of potential, dangerous, dark, and undeniably powerful. Dumbledore remained still, his kind expression softening, though he could feel a shiver of discomfort creeping up his spine. His instincts, honed by years of experience, whispered that there was something extraordinary about this child, something he would need to pay close attention to. He had seen power in many forms over the years, but this felt different. The magic radiating off Tom was not just a natural, inherited power. No, this was something darker, something that, if left unchecked, could cause untold harm. "Ah, Tom Riddle," Dumbledore finally said. "I've heard much about you." Tom did not respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head ever so slightly, as if intrigued by the presence of the older man. His gaze swept over Dumbledore's robes, the long silver beard, the eyes behind those spectacles, all with the same unnerving calm. There was a flicker of interest in Tom's mind, a desire to understand more about the world that Dumbledore represented, a world that Tom could only imagine in his own twisted, power-hungry way. The wizarding world. The one full of wonder, magic, and, most of all, control. "You must be quite a student to earn the attention of someone like Professor Dumbledore," Mrs. Cole said, attempting to break the silence with a note of awkward politeness. Tom's lips quirked into a slight smirk, but he didn't reply. He was studying Dumbledore, processing everything about him, the calm confidence, the seemingly endless wisdom, the subtle aura of authority that surrounded him. Tom didn't want to show weakness. He wouldn't ask questions about the wizarding world. No, that would be beneath him. Instead, he would watch, wait, and absorb whatever Dumbledore would offer him. And he would control the conversation. He always did. Dumbledore, however, was not so easily controlled. The professor walked toward Tom, his footsteps soft on the wooden floor, He stopped just a few feet away from the boy, meeting his gaze head-on. There was something almost pitying in Dumbledore's eyes now, as though he could see the darkness forming in Tom's soul. And yet there was also something else, something he could not ignore. Potential. Power. He recognized it for what it was, even if Tom could not yet fully comprehend it himself. "You must know, Tom," Dumbledore began, his voice quiet but resonant. "There is a world beyond this one, a world where magic flows through every stone, every creature, every breath. You have the potential to shape it, to bend it to your will. But be careful. Magic, true magic, can be both a gift and a curse. It can lift you higher than you could ever dream, but it can also consume you." Tom's dark eyes narrowed as Dumbledore spoke. He did not flinch at the words. Instead, he listened intently, the wheels turning in his mind. "Magic," Dumbledore had said. "Power, control." "I can control things," Tom said slowly, his voice low and thoughtful. "Things that others can't even see. I don't need to be taught magic. I already have power." Dumbledore observed the boy closely, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a ghost of a smile. But there was no mirth in it, only a deep, knowing sadness. "Power is only one part of magic, Tom. It is the part that many seek, but it is not the most important part. You will learn in time that there is much more to it than what you can command." Tom's gaze flickered for a moment, and for the first time, a hint of doubt crossed his expression. He wanted to believe that power alone was enough, but there was something in Dumbledore's voice that suggested there was more he did not know, and that made him uneasy. "You will be a great wizard, Tom," Dumbledore continued, his tone softer now, "but you must choose wisely how you use your gift. It is not too late to walk a different path." Tom said nothing, but inside a spark of defiance flared. No one could tell him what path to walk. He would make his own destiny, his own rules. As Dumbledore turned to leave, his eyes lingered for just a moment longer on Tom. "I will be watching you," he said quietly, "and I will be here when you are ready to learn." Tom watched the older man go, his mind already swirling with thoughts of what this new world might hold for him. Magic, power, control. The possibilities were endless. But as Dumbledore disappeared from the orphanage door, Tom couldn't help but feel a sharp, gnawing hunger within him. A hunger that would one day lead him down a dark, twisted path. A path where he would bend the very fabric of reality itself to his will.